I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Last stream, I 100% clicked stop streaming instead of stop recording. YouTube, I apologise for the 5 or ish minutes of dead air at the end of the last stream. These things happen. Hashtag the streamer life. The skin around my nose is cracked once more. It is very sore, so if I have to pause the stream to moisturise, I will. I will, of course, let you know if I'm going to do that. What else? Today's wellness break will be a little longer than normal because I used the keyboard shortcut. Angel is having a terrible day in terms of meetings, and I want to make sure that she has enough to drink. What do I need to do? I need to talk to Titus again. That'll be tomorrow, some point. I'll do that before bed. Probably do that tomorrow. I'm going to do that today after I talk to the witness. That will likely have to be... that will almost certainly be tomorrow. That is a tomorrow thing. Need to talk to Kuno about that and that. That's a tomorrow thing. That's a tomorrow thing. Tomorrow-ish, maybe. Yeah. Okay. I can try and talk the door open again. So, I have 3 minutes. I'm just going to go talk to the witness. My plan is talk to the witness, send Kim off with the body if possible, because I know it'll be quite late at that point. Go and talk to Klassia about what I did to find out more about what Harry's been doing. And then wash off the death smell and go to bed to start a new day. Please don't crash on the loading screen. I can move the cursor. There we go. Down here. And there are a couple of orbs in here to grab on the way past. Reminder, of course, time only passes in conversations. Apartment 8, their mailbox is overflowing. Door to number 9 is locked. These shoes come in 3 different sizes. Apartment 12, a loud rumbling snore comes from within. I only actually want the balcony. I was just doing that for the experience. I will see what time it is once I've finished talking to the witness here. You hear distant traffic, night is falling on the city. A maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. Yes, I'll see what time it is after I'm done talking to the witness, and then if I've got time, or if I think I've got time, I'll go and talk to Titus Hardy again with Kim before sending Kim off.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. No one answers.
We should return in the evening, at 9 p.m. the earliest.
Okay. Inventory. Should probably have spoken to Titus first, but we'll just read a random book page.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Hello, Angel. Why Friesel?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow It's satire, you see.
I'm glad the call went better than expected. Do you have any break now between that call and the next call? I'm going to flip through the pages.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally
Hey, Fat
by
Chance.
little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Let's just read the editor's note, and that should take us past 9.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology,
There we go, 9 o'clock.
we too are at risk of going à la fumée.
He just
Unlike
appeared.
many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, but I'm pretty sure, because I was looking at the text, pretty sure as soon as the clock ticked over to 9, this guy just appeared. Also, yes, they know it's me. I'm actually a communist in this game. There we go, communist. 11 points of communism. Apparently I picked up 2 points in fascism at some point. I'm proud of this one honour, though.
Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today.
Kim,
Yours in struggle, the editors.
Kim, I think this is a communist magazine.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Well, it's 1 minute past 9. It's time to talk to our witness. Not entirely sure at this point what extra information he can add to the investigation, unless he saw who the 8th Hardy is, which is possible. I can't click on him. I guess I'll click on the door that he's kind of, I guess, in front of.
This door is made of
Yes? Are you looking for me, gendarme?
Handsome young man hums with a cigarette in his hand. I'm going to knock.
no one answers.
We should talk to him.
I would love to talk to him. However... Oh, there we go.
Gendarmerie. You found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette. We got your hint. Found the key right under that stone.
Beautiful.
He replies, smiling. As he looks at you, something sparkles in his eyes.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Try not to screw anything up. Oh, that's what I'm aiming for, yes.
Beautiful.
He says again. A nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
He nods towards door 28. Why would I want to meet your friend?
Trust me. You do.
Very well, I'll talk to him, but first I want to talk to you. I have so many questions.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
As cats do.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
But Inland Empire, we're not alone. We have Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, bro in arms.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
But I just found you again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He gestures towards distant motorways all leading to the Golden Light Delta. Only if you promise we'll talk again. It's important.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight.
The smoker assures you, brushing his hand through his hair. Oh yes, we're flirting, chat. We're flirting.
Take care, alright?
he says with another disarming smile before slipping off into the night. There's something so different about him that I just can't put my finger on.
Different, of course.
He smells good. Why on earth does he smell so good? There's just something so mysterious about the way he talks and moves.
Something so mysterious about the way he talks.
The lieutenant squints his eyes, trying to hold back laughter. Very mysterious.
Very.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
He nods at the apartment door before you. Heck, I think Kim's onto us. Abort! Abort! Ooh, loads of stuff to click on. Sunday friend, of course. Boyfriend, I'm assuming. But this seems like the kind of world where homosexuality, / I guess bisexuality or whatever, is not actively encouraged. A quarterly business magazine. An empty ashtray. Saw that through the wall. No big deal. Dishes soaked up in a pot. Someone's always watching, chat. It's you, actually, obviously, in the nature of this relationship. Flyers for underground parties. Dates for open lectures at a local university. An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. Sure, I'll take a hat. Old photo of the same apartment dated year 01. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. Yes, Silk Road, please. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers. In a wider sense, this is actually my apartment and yours. Right, we're going to talk to the Sunday friend.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain. His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé.
Very big wig, then.
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
I shall.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
Let us ask about the beautiful silk robe.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is great. Sadly, the shop is now out of business. That's really all I can tell you about it.
He forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air sweeps in from the balcony.
That didn't work at all. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
What's an official like you doing in Martinez?
The coalition is only looking out for the price stabilité. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled.
He raises an index finger.
The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Okay, but what are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here.
Of course.
You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
So you're some kind of bureaucrat?
Yes. As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
He glances at his watch. So what is this international community?
La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
What is the prix stabilité?
It is the most important thing.
That doesn't tell me anything.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Hey, that would be awful useful.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Below 2% of what?
But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
You're not answering my questions at all.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Okay, sure, give me a leaflet.
A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency.
I've heard about this moral intern before. I'm running out of time. As much as I'd like to know about the law of the world, enough business.
Whatever you wish, officer.
You actually witnessed the lynching.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Is it because you did it? Start from the beginning, if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
The lieutenant is already scribbling down notes.
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one.
Hey, Red Riding Hood. Hopefully you're doing well.
That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
You probably shouldn't, no.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
He nods too. And Hayden Stable says, he was dead. I'm pretty sure he was dead at this point. I don't know what this is going to add, as I say, apart from maybe the 8th Hardy. Who were they? Can you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez.
He pauses, looking for the right wording. Having some anxiety, am I? About the same. Let's say about
Let's
the same.
just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanity.
Hopefully we can help with the anxiety. How many of them were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Were any of them huge, like 200 kilograms huge?
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
What happened next?
I went back inside.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Were they men? Women?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
The lieutenant flips through his notes. Are you sure at least one of them wasn't a woman?
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. It was very dark, you must remember.
What ethnicity were they?
I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
To be what? The old guy, I think his name is Theo? Eugene and Alan, I think? Objection, leading the witness. Yeah. What happened next?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
This isn't a court of law anyway. This is a citizen's militia. What do you mean nothing happened? They lynched a guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Why didn't you call the LCM?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
You didn't check your watch?
My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
He looks at his watch, as though noticing it for the first time. So, let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself, did you?
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Those are all my questions. Thanks for your time.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the
leveled up.
RCM.
Can you tell me about your friend?
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
What are you doing in his apartment by yourself?
I'm just enjoying the view.
The man smiles, nodding to the window. Isn't it rude for your friend to leave you alone like this?
We're old friends. Nothing's taboo between us. He comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. He's very active.
You still haven't told me who he is.
Sorry. Who?
The man throws a quick glance at his watch. Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking about him.
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him.
I had something else in mind.
I'm all ears, officer.
That's all
A
I've got.
moment, officer.
He's just going to stonewall me because their relationship is taboo. Or the relationship I'm assuming they have based on clues.
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Hold on, why can't we talk later?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen.
He pauses.
And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Thanks for the heads up, but my work here is done.
Of course. I'm glad I could help.
Okay, I think I have enough time to talk to the Hardys before going to see if Kim will take the body. I'm going to keep that skill point for now. I don't know what I want to put. I don't know what I want to put it in yet. I'll clear out the that stuff. Why can't I make authority higher? Curse you. What is that only on 4? Oh, right, yeah, 3 + 1. Never mind. That's how maths work, you fool. Actually, as a gun seems to have been involved, we'll raise that by 1. So I looked at the game overs you can get in this, and then I tried to spoil as little as possible because this is one of the few games I'd rather not spoil. And there's some interesting game overs where you just die, so that's cool. Like trying to fix the water lock, you can electrocute yourself. You can get shot. Sleeping in the outside and in the trash is a game over, as I mentioned. I think Measurehead can mess you up if that goes badly. That's cool. Trying to arrest the Hardy Boys without Kim present gets you killed. Or worse than the good way. Yeah, the good way. Well, actually, you lose health from messing up against Measurehead, so you could die from that. If you had no healing items on you. Quick save. Hey! About the door gun and Mega Mix.
It's you again. What is it?
I just told you about the door gun and Mega Mix. So I talked to Classy about the tape.
And?
He tenses immediately, chest tightens, jaw sets, ready for another blow.
And nothing. She stands by what she said.
That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
He stares at his beer for 2 seconds, intently, then turns to you. Gold. It's just locker room talk. It's not evidence.
Locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker rooms. They don't plan rapes there.
Actually, pretty sure Donald Trump claimed he did, so there's that.
What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Did not come as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
The lieutenant looks at you, then him.
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore.
Titus mumbles, his lips barely moving.
All right. All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
Her voice is a bit softer than earlier.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawmen?
Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was.
Nah. I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
She's a hardcore party girl with a bigger death wish than mine. She's not some helpless girl. She handled the mercenary well enough.
Handled him?
He balks.
She got into some stupid shit with that guy. Shit we had to take care of.
Yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
Maybe she's still in denial, like a defense mechanism.
Yeah, maybe. That is a possibility.
He does not sound very convinced anymore.
Be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
He puts his giant face in his hands and sighs.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men, too, are growing increasingly silent. The man is slowing down. Looks like a bad blood sugar crash. He can't keep track of all the variables anymore.
Come on, Titus. The stakes are too high here. There will be blood on the streets. The tribunal, remember?
He closes his notebook.
I know you're tired. Why don't you just...
You know what?
He gets closer.
I am tired. I'm tired of you, them, and the whore upstairs.
Did that cover it well enough?
Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck on!"
He throws his beer can down.
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over. Yeah.
There is a silence in the room. Alan starts saying something, then thinks best not to.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us.
He looks around.
Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
The man shouts from behind the counter.
100 beers? Now we're talking.
Glenn loudens
Hoppity
up.
hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Oh. Oh. There's a 1 in 3 chance. Sure. I'm going to save. Obviously.
It's you again. What is it?
It's a long animation. The old XCOM shuffle? Pretty much. I'm going to go through these to see if they get me bonuses. You still haven't explained the bullet I found in the hanged man's head.
You still on about that bullet?
He pats the back of his
A
head.
bullet in a hanged man's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious.
Indeed. Mighty. How did it get there?
The lieutenant is fixed on Titus.
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads.
It gives you an indulgent look.
I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
He taps on his right temple. I think the hanging was a cover-up for the shooting.
You know what I think?
He raises his
I
finger.
think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
Alan pinches the root of his nose. I'm going to ask you again. Why was this, show them the bullet, in the victim's head?
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
It's almost like I'm a real policeman.
Why
Officer,
don't you go
sorry.
home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
Did you guys shoot him?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
The little guy looks you in the eye.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Don't worry. We'll figure this out sooner or later.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
He crosses his hairy arms, having forgotten his beer for a moment.
It's not like he blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there, somewhere.
Oh yeah, that went up to 42%. Found someone who saw the hanging, a witness.
A witness? You ain't got shit. The locals would never come to you with this.
The tall man crosses his arms on his chest.
That's just cop tactics, Titus. Next, he's gonna tell you one of us already rolled on the others, and is in witness protection.
My witness isn't a local.
Well, let's hear it then. Who is your mystery fella?
Titus scratches the back of his head and asks.
He's not alarmed by the sudden appearance of a witness, but he is surprised. This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Let's just say he's a high-ranking government official and leave it at that.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town. Nice try, right?
Titus looks over his shoulder to his men.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. Tell us, Copper, what wacky claims did he make?
The witness said the hanging went down very quietly. No shouting. No commotion.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah, it's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets.
He says provokingly.
What's with the cowbells, policeman?
The witness said he saw 2 people of Arapagite descent and 1 Mesk.
Arapagite?
Or Pagite.
Boss, I think he's trying to say me and Theo.
Yes, I got the names right.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you. We were all there.
The witness said it all looked like a surreal play.
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever. Doesn't mean anything.
The Mesk spits on the ground angrily.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
The little guy addresses everyone and no one.
Shanky. It's Shanky, right?
He doesn't
I
wait for an
thought
answer.
there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know there was.
You don't know shit.
Shanky, he knows disco cop Harry. He knows shit when he sees it.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
He writes in his notebook.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside a bit.
Enough about the witness.
Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit, then went and said it to people. Get a reaction. Don't have to go to cop school to try that.
You're trying a little too hard, Titus Hardy. You're trying
You don't
a
have to
little
go
too
to
hard.
school for shit. I never went to school, and I'm doing great.
You're doing a hell of a job, man. Hell of a job.
Right, we've gone from 28% to 58%. That's a marked improvement. And at this rate, I'm not going to have to talk to the union boss either. I mean, I still will, obviously, but if that's an option. But
It's you again. What is it?
man, for a game with such solid voice acting, Titus is really something. Really is, isn't it? You are being manipulated, my friend.
Clausia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played, and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it. All of them really good.
Hey, Ari, how you doing? I'm just going to reload that save. Be that one. Almost deleted the save. Okay, so 58% chance, you know. Probability says that this time will be the successful
It's you
attempt.
again. What is it?
You're being manipulated.
Clausia is playing
Oh
them.
my god, game! Why are you like this? Do not anger the dice gods? Apparently not. You know what? I've got to do what I did last time. I have to T-pose for dominance. Let's roll out those shoulders. Get ready.
It's you again.
Wait for the animation to
What
finish.
is it?
You are being manipulated.
Convince
T-pose
Titus
for dominance every time.
he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
One of his boys will.
Just remember, it's about more than Clausia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility.
That's it then. Case closed. Look around. We're going home, Kim.
Huh?
The lieutenant raises his brow.
He'll get it. Go on.
And yeah, it totally works. Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you.
Takes
All
out-
because...
He takes out his notebook. Because there's some chick.
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
I wince. It's involuntary.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
He scratches in his notebook. They just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember.
It wasn't that. It wasn't.
The fat man says with a wheeze.
We didn't shoot him.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm.
firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do.
Or what? You gonna kill me like you killed him? For no fucking reason?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
He takes a breath, wheezing.
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him?
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
The little guy hits Angus on the back of his head. A loud slap.
Dennis!
Titus
Stand
rules.
down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo,
He points to the old man.
take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Does he? His closed fist is shaking. It's you who's in control. Let them have their moment.
Oh good. I have a measure of control in my life for once, and it's in a video game. The room falls quiet. So quiet you can hear Angus wheeze.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it.
I'm too fucked.
He grabs his chest.
I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus?
Whoa!
Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus.
She turns to him.
I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
He turns to the fixer.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
She walks off without looking back.
What just happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
So you didn't kill him. He was already dead.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
Why?
'Cause the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Plural, huh?
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
What happened Sunday night?
Classier came down.
Push
She
the
seemed
stairs.
really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way.
Gurning is pulling faces?
It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
His voice is so gravelly.
Good analogy, boss.
The rat-faced man snickers.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
He turns back to you. What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He scratches his chin. The Dice Gods are tyrants. They know no favorites. They show no mercy. They are alien to the idea of compassion.
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Who's Tibbs? The 8th Hardy?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
If Classy didn't kill him, why the cover-up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
To the freezer with them, awaiting a meeting with Mr. Ballpeen? That's just punishing the loyal servants of the Dice Gods, though. That's not solving the problem. She told me some people were after her from Aranya. She wouldn't say more.
Yeah, she wouldn't. She's fucked if she shows up on police radar.
These people, who are they?
They're powerful,
He looks out the
connected
window.
to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
Doesn't solve the problem. Boy, does it feel great. I can imagine it would.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Oh, I just want to show people this because this is really cool. So Angel got me a stocking for Christmas of role-playing goodies. Sorry about the crinkling. If I assume the microphone's picking up the crinkling. And we got this, and we weren't entirely sure what it was. It's a leather tube, essentially. It turns out, if you open it up... So I thought it might be like a pencil case for taking notes on, because there's like a little zippy compartment. No, it's a dice tray. But it's a leather dice tray. It's really cool. You put dice in the zippy compartment, and you roll on the leather to protect the tabletop. Now I've got to roll this back up. Please bear with me. It is fancy. It's also in this noise for dice, quite too. I assume so. Yes, I've yet to use it because we haven't played physically in quite some time. Said stocking also came with a couple of sets of dice. Random novelty pen, which I have by my desk. It's got 5 teeny tiny d6s in the top of it, and if you spin them and you get lucky, they do actually roll. You know what? I'll put that back in the bag later. Also, like 2 random 3D minis and some tokens for use in place of miniatures. But that was the highlight. The dice are pretty as well. Anyway.
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
So who killed the Merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
Holding out being my 120 for our game in person. Not sure when that'll be though. Good luck with that. That's going to take a while. I think my players are halfway through level 19 now, so the end is very much in sight. Level 20 will be a minor dungeon crawl, and then the final boss. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
He's really unlucky if he took a headshot meant for someone else.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
The young guy nods. And you've had ideas about his past too?
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell.
Sorry. I was just... This also came in the stocking. Look at this. It's amazing. It's a hyena. I love hyenas, and you very rarely see hyena miniatures, so hyena. Very, very smart social animals. Continuing.
Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance.
For those of you cat people, it also came with a mountain lion / puma. Super weird considering how gnolls are pretty widespread. I mean, they really are. And you actually rarely see gnoll miniatures as well. They're both lying down, horizontal shot deviation could have resulted in a headshot on the Merc. True, true. Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers?
In a manner of speaking.
What do you mean?
We had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it. For political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker, the missing 8th Hardy.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
Oh, I know hyenas are not funny and cougars are not to be messed with. They're both animals that should be respected. I like hyenas. They get a lot of bad press. The big guy steps towards you.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
You know, it's okay for this to be a Hardy Guild, Titus.
We're Hardy Boys. And that's it.
His face sets like concrete. He shakes his head solemnly. Sure, but can you tell me anything about this affiliate name? Current location?
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klausya you want to talk to.
I don't think either of these are going to give a productive response, so thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
He grabs his beer and swirls it in his hand, then thinks of something.
She...
He looks up.
Klausya came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But
you would still prefer if we didn't take her away.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
The lieutenant slides his notebook into his coat pocket. He turns to leave. Okay, well, we know she's still on the roof, so to the roof. Just figured this was a quicker way of doing it than going up the stairs and through her room. I think that would use 2 loading screens, whereas this I think is just 1. Oh no, because there'll still be the one onto the roof. So that would be 3 loading screens to 2. Also included in the stocking with some coasters, actually thinking about it. And I keep playing with the coaster, because I brought one of them up here to replace my Seal of Metatron from Silent Hill. But it's a Warlock coaster, so I don't think it's an improvement in any way, shape or form for me to actually be idly playing with. Go figure.
You can almost see the shape of a man and a woman writhing inside, bathed in drug sweat and dirty linens. Bottles lie around everywhere.
I can see into Class's bedroom from here.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to sensationalist conclusions here. The footprints on the floor, however, definitely suspicious.
What were those people doing in there?
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. I bet they're doing something quite unnatural. They're sensationally unnatural.
Finished thought. Okay, I've got half an hour before Classy goes inside, so I don't think I'll be able to talk to her about what Harry did. Today, at least. But we can certainly talk to her about the situation at hand. You know, while we're actually here. Hey, Claudia. Long time.
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning back against the railing.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
She puts a coffee mug on the table.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
You don't look surprised. You were expecting this.
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
She winces.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me.
She looks at her feet.
Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
Is she implying the Hardy boys are the law?
The Hardy boys are not the law. We are.
I know that. But the people around here, they don't see it that way. And if I am to stay here, I need to get along with them.
I'm satisfied with this explanation.
I am not. There is more here, miss.
Ooh.
You're right. There's more.
More?
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
She reaches for a new cigarette.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, wine dark in the evening light.
What lies beyond it?
The Pearl, the Muindi Isola.
Mundi, please.
The Occident, and then Oranje, the old world.
Is that why you're looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
She lights the cigarette. Is this part of why Oranje is a bad memory for you?
I have people after me. And they have friends in the moral intern. Some are moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will.
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill.
Did you give us your real name?
Well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage.
Ah.
I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again.
That's an issue.
With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
Ouch.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
He taps on his notebook.
The job was Louisduin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Louis-Scop conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Louis-Scop and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
I'm just gonna go with the central point of view. Sure, there are people who've done much worse than that.
Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people, too, not just C-suite.
She shakes her head at the thought.
A lot of people got hurt.
She concludes.
But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
What happened here the night he died?
We were there.
She points to the window.
Together. In bed, I mean.
The silhouette of the bed is visible. Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay.
She takes a deep breath.
He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him.
She breathes out, a moment's silence.
His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There.
She points through the window.
He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her sides.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Your cigarette, miss.
Oh.
She looks at it and quickly tosses the butt aside. I'm sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
She immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
Now I have a question. Did the bullet ricochet off the internal of the body? He was only wearing the boots at the time, so there's nothing for it to ricochet off of, and it entered through the mouth and into the brainstem. So probably not.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
He makes a note.
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
No, in all probability, he was the target here.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar.
She looks down.
A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time.
She pauses.
I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Now we have a name.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
Checks out.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
She says as if it's self-evident. You know, the 8th one. I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
He looks at you.
Why not?
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation. But I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know. Take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
The treatment.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Told you it was lividity chat.
Yes.
I are smart.
We completely
Sometimes.
missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood. You know what he does.
She looks at the ground, then raises her light brown eyes to meet yours. Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
This Ruby. Where is this Ruby now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
That's not going to be easy.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
When it happened, did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot?
She thinks.
I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Long distance shot, huh? Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone.
She looks at her cigarette.
So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
It probably didn't.
Or I don't know anything anymore. All I do is wait here.
She looks at the table.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
There really are.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
The answer comes fast. Hey, I know that feeling.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
So you would have us believe, but you're not.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She shakes her head.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then? She did, of course. Don't be paranoid, man. It's unbecoming of a police officer. And it makes you sweat.
When was the window changed? Point to it.
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
She takes a drag.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In her bedroom, inside?
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
Where's the rest of his armor? Well, that's what I need to ask Kuno about. No, I think she meant Angus and Titus's brother, not Angus and Titus's brother. English language. I think we're done here for now. I'm not going to ask if she killed Lely. She just said he got shot in the head while he was entering her. I think we're done here for now.
She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
The lieutenant glances at you, then at the door.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality.
But equally, due to the way the English language works, maybe Angus and Titus are brothers.
This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
In God's name, wake up. Yeah.
What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Good thing I had those modifiers.
See?
Your real name isn't classy, Amondu.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
The lieutenant turns to her.
Okay.
Her voice cracks suddenly like there's a garrote around her neck. We don't need to do this.
Thank you.
She sounds grateful. Grateful. You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station.
I did. What is this? I called your
Thank you,
desk
Steve.
or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
I think drama may be overreacting.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
I'm not planning on arresting her, Ari.
It checks out.
Say nothing.
She stands before you, holding her back very straight.
Let's change the subject for the time
She
being.
slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger.
It's not your crime, Steve. It's you accuse me of... Yes, you name my crime. If you think I've done something egregious, you use that channel point redemption, and I get put in stream jail.
You are. This is not the end of this.
Let's return to this later. Choices? Thanks. You're a real friend. Hopefully this doesn't mess anything up, because I know she goes inside. She said she goes inside at 11? What, Ari? I don't necessarily like where this is going.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
What happened here?
Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
That's an amazing pun, Ari. Thank you for making a... not only making a 12-month mistake, but that mistake has been consecutive 12 months. I hope you've been enjoying the mistake. Also, congratulations on the job, by the way. I meant to say. Steve making that slightly wiser choice of the Prime Gaming subscription. Oh, into the jar. Will it knock anything out? Now, those follows remain in the cup. Thank you, Steve. I really appreciate the support as well. What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling. The woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside. Location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Inspect the ghostly figures.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A. A prime, sorry. The roof.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
Also, she didn't hear anything or see anyone, so I'm guessing it wasn't from the roof. So I'm what, 80% sure the roof was where the shot was made from?
72%, with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belmagrave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in.
Probably didn't do that.
Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
Woo, your own office, that's incredible. Sounds like a definite step up from the last place. One of you, Ari, are you a bad girl? Have you done naughty things? Yeah, a shot would have been pretty close to perpendicular to the plane of glass to be on the roof. I'm going to ask these questions, but I know the answer is probably not going to be inside the room.
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective.
They would. They really would. Been arrested, make that what you will. I choose to believe that you have a secret life of crime and have only been caught once. Are there any arguments against A prime, the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could there have been another point of origin further away? And unlike Classy, it wasn't for corporate espionage?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Yes, do that.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet, detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Why not just call them B1, B2, and B3? The boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
We're going to look at B2 now, Land's End.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
B3, the islet.
1 kilometer away. A point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer.
I think that's possibly the more likely.
The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window.
Maybe less
between
likely.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinez?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B1, the boardwalk, B2, Land's End, and B3, the islet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than from the roof, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one.
Oh yeah, I've always pronounced it islet, not islet. Don't. Like, Isola, yes, because it's a word from a foreign language, but,
It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
Blink. I'm not going to leave via her bedroom. That just seems disrespectful after dredging all of this up. Like, yep, we got everything we want, and we're just going to see ourselves out now. She's gone. Le gasp. Boardwalk, Island, and Land's End. Talk to Titus. If they're still there, I will 100% do that. If they're not, obviously that's a tomorrow thing. It'd be real useful if there were another way up to the roof. Because I would never have thought to check Classia's door to see if it's unlocked. Which I guess it must have been. So unless you find that key, you're never going to be able to talk to her. Unless you're just like, oh, I guess I'll try it. Yeah, they're gone for the night. Wonderful. Hey, Kim, do you have anything new to say?
Yes?
Nope. Right, let's go and get the body sent off for processing, if that's still an option. If it isn't, and Kim goes to bed, maybe I'll try and get the shoes off. Why not? Casual bit of grave robbing. Oh, not grave robbing. Desecration of a corpse, I suppose. Please. Gosh, look at that non-binary emote. It's so cute. Still terrified by, I think it's Japanese honeybees that melt their prey. Well, their predators, I suppose, technically.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding over the freezing corpse hidden inside its belly.
Let's bag in Kim, take him away.
All right.
He takes out a shiny black body bag and starts pulling the plastic over the dead man's face.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
I'm not going to steal the boots. There is an achievement for getting all 3 boots, but that's not the kind of cop I want Harry to be right now. Also leads me to believe you can find the chest piece and, I assume, legs, greaves, whatever. Or helmet, if there's a helmet. Okay. Harry would be too sorry to take the boots, you're not wrong. Really, the only thing I have is just talk to Classia. About what Harry's been doing. And she's not on the roof anymore, and she probably won't let me in her room. I'll knock on the door on my way to my room. Hoping that the areas unlocked tomorrow either have a lot of junk that I can sell, or include somewhere I can sleep for free, or for a reduced price. Because that... Also, that's the sea fort, I've just realised. On the islet. Otherwise, sleeping might be an issue. If you, by the way, if you don't have the money to get a room for the night at the Whirling, if you don't give the key back to the bin, you sleep in the bin. If you give the key back and don't have the money, that's the game over I mentioned. Glacio? Don't mind me, just walking into your bedroom. I don't like it when the sound cuts out on... Okay, so she's just not here. Interesting. Unless I missed her and she's...
Two neon-lit shapes.
Nope. Oh, hang on. There was something else.
Two neon-lit shapes. A man, and it is possible that it came from B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, or B triple prime, the islet. You can't know. The lieutenant
cool,
would
cool.
probably agree that, in this situation,
Okay.
two
No,
neon-lit...
I want the stairs. We're going to go and wash the stench of death off. We've stunk like an autopsy for the entire day, and finally, before bed, we're going to have a bath. Shower. Quick wash under the tap. Whatever's working, really. I know the tap's working because that doesn't turn off. Again, it's the carpet from The Shining. Please note also that the tape recorder is broken, air quotes. Nope. Just double check, but I'm pretty sure I came in here with this bag equipped and can't pick anything up. Sure can't. The bath, please.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
I want to live forever with the corpse smell, memento mori and stuff. Now we're gonna run a bath.
The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Undress, close your eyes, and submerge.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely, and so tired.
Gonna take them out.
Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub.
Linger a little.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools.
Imagine something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than one bath to get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
And get out.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
And... what is this? Is this the connecting room? I assume that's the... You know what? I could try and pry it open. I'm going to respect the lieutenant's privacy and not break into his hotel room. We're just going to sleep for the night.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
Is that even a bed at this point? That mess is still cold from the broken window and not too inviting, but it's yours, you've earned it? Because you made it?
The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself.
It's either going to get pneumonia or hypothermia, one of the two.
You're not cooperating, brother man.
Why?
It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately.
No, please. Where is that blessed nothingness? That sweet oblivion. I'm an artist and liver damage is my art. I think I need medical attention.
Oh, yes. They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay. The Wonder Makers.
Really hate that voice.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make new kidneys and livers in hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
I will. I'm looking at people all the time. I like them.
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
Some of the voice acting choices in this game, I question them.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights, blinking in and out of existence. Thoughts! You're just pretending that you're asleep, even to yourself, while the world goes on without you.
Let it. Let it.
Let it go. Let it go. The ancient reptilian brain is very Hobbesian. It is.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Rock and roll.
No limbic system. Disco. You know what isn't disco? The ancient reptilian brain. Disco? No, disco. I see where you were going with that, and I appreciate it, but disco. As in the name of the game. And Harry's flares. Can I please get up? Thank you. Discord. Also that. Just wondering if she might be on the roof to talk to before I meet Kim. I assume Kim is waiting downstairs to tell me about the autopsy. Today's to-do list. Talk to Titus, find out about Ruby. Probably should talk to Evra at some point. Got to go across the water lock as well. Explore that new area. See if there's anywhere else to sleep. Might do that first before talking to Evra, actually, because then that gives me more time to find money as well. Hey, Classy.
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
I have a personal question.
Yes. You're just one room away.
She pours herself more coffee.
Very personal.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something. Like what you were doing before you blacked out.
Were you in Sunday night? I need to know what I did before I lost my memory.
I was. It was the night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer.
Before you was only the room, the sound of the motor vehicle, steam in the bathroom, and darkness. Across the water is where the cryptozoologist is. Yes, that's where the cryptozoologist is as well.
Wow. Mythopoetically adequate stuff.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Did I have any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
You mentioned loud disco music?
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them.
She arches her eyebrow, waiting for it to connect with you.
Oh, we're huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Yeah, we go on all right.
I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace.
What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of that time, you were yelling along to it.
Was I singing this? Show her the empty case of the smallest church in San Sean.
Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also...
What else?
That it doesn't matter anymore, and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I was going out later anyway. It didn't bother me.
Then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
That's so me. What did I do?
A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Was there anything else?
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it.
So you were up all night listening to me do that and then went out. Cool, thank you.
No problem, sir.
Okay.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound weird together.
What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish.
Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen, Salam Rocky Bayi, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Wait, what's that about a ludicrous fantasy world?
Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just
Be sorry cop as well as
a
disco
pulmonary tract
Superstar
infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer.
I'll just get the thought. I don't have to internalize it. Fuck it. Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
I did have the Mazovian socioeconomics thought internalized. I just didn't like the downsides to it, so I forgot it. Defund self. Okay, what does some kind of superstar give me? Is it useful? -1 to logic, but learning cap for a couple of things raised to 6. Not really. That's not really worth the time. I also like logic. Moving on. Thank you, Classio. I suspect it's just because we reached the third threshold with Superstar Cup. We're still far and away sorry and communist. Not worth the time yet anyways. Well, if the loading caps become an issue, maybe I'll internalize it. What's the weather like? It's been raining on and off for a couple of days, so... Ever since we've had our chimney capped, we can't actually tell what the weather is outside, and it's wonderful. In case you're curious, the speedrun for this is about half an hour to 40 minutes. For those who are interested in such things. I should also say you can hack the game file so that you start with max points in... Oh, that's Kim. In every... not skill. These are all maxed out.
Yes?
Good morning. Anything new?
What do you want to know?
Okay.
Good.
Time to talk to Titus Hardy. There he is. There is our mysterious friend. We're going to talk to him after talking to Titus.
It's you again. What is it?
Ruby, tell me about her. Okay, I talked to Glacia, now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
He leans back and regards you with curiosity. I need to pin this on someone. I've decided to pin it on her. Civil war is brewing. The only way to prevent it is to solve the murder. That means talking to Ruby.
Sounds like you want to push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you pick Ruby. Well, not on my watch you won't. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
He throws a glance at Titus as the last syllable leaves his lips. The big guy sighs.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory.
He crosses his arms.
I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
It's impossible, but I have an 83% chance of succeeding at it because of all my modifiers. I don't like the fact that it does this, so I can't read the whole thing. I'm going to quick save though, and we're going to do the save scum or the XCOM shuffle, call it what you will. I don't like this the way the game's been treating my 83%.
What is it?
Kim just did a little spin on the spot.
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
She didn't go to the toilet?
No.
In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time?
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry.
He points to the intersection.
We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
That's all good. I know what that is.
That's probably for the best. Don't break your stride now.
And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
He taps on his temple.
He's been through it. That means he's suspected her too. All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof. You got his attention. Now don't ruin it by making weird claims. Remember, you can still mess this up.
There is a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof.
How?
He looks sincerely curious. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory.
He turns to Eugene.
We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
So we have established that she could have got to the roof. You do agree the shot came from the roof?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
There's a 72% chance that the bullet came from the roof.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
Analyzed on the spot. Turns out I can do that.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science cop. You're a madman.
Hey, Kim, you want to back me up?
Those numbers were an ass pull, man.
Yeah, and they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo-jambo. He hasn't got shit.
Also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop.
Footprints. Recent.
Recent, not. A week or two.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that cop. Good news is, I'm still listening.
Guess what? Remember that key I found here?
I don't like guessing, cop. No one does.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
He looks at the hawthorn bush outside the window. You didn't find it, but Ruby did. That's how she got up there.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
He turns to the old man.
No, the ribbon was old. Faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
She could have just put it back there once she was done.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits. And he knows it.
Yes.
Also, it has to be said, this man would make a good RCM sergeant, or maybe even lieutenant. Just don't let him anywhere near women.
Have we firmly established Ruby could have access to the roof where the man was shot?
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2, murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun.
We've already established Ruby's running drugs. She could have smuggled guns too.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
You were warned not to bring it up. Your best shot here is to just back out of it.
Not going into it if it touched on your precious business.
Okay, cop. She's got connections. I could see how she could have access to a gun. that still doesn't mean she did.
That's all you needed. Doubt.
There are weapons like this just lying around in Martinez.
That looks antique. A Velma grave.
Takes the gun.
It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
Inspects it and hands it back to you. There's a cellar under the bookshop. It was hidden there, with others just like it.
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay. I see your point. There are guns lying around.
He shakes his head.
Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
The local pawn shop sold my lost gun to a woman. Maybe it was her.
You lost your gun?
One man's taken aback, not even laughing.
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
Yes.
No, you didn't.
Oh.
And Ruby didn't use your lost gun
Right,
to kill
yes,
him.
no. Now I remember. I was here to investigate the murder. That's just me being stupid, chat. Don't worry about it.
Stop thinking about your lost gun, damn it. You'll get a heart attack.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
Did that lower my good cop, bad cop rating? No, it did not. That's kind of not... I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her.
I don't know, cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Tattooed man burst out laughing at his own joke.
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
He almost gets up from his seat.
Phase 3. Motive. The last component. The big one. Get this and they'll give her to you. Remember, don't piss him off. That never works.
Today's Worldly Lunch Lurk is brought to you by a ham sandwich. For when you have way too much bread that's about to go bad. Hey, I know that feeling, Weldy. But a ham sandwich, good choice. That's not why did she kill him. It's why did she organise the cover-up.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
The little man squints, eyes beady.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Shanky, let's assume you killed him.
I didn't do it, fucker. It wasn't my plan.
You probably did, though.
It's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him, cut down.
We overstocked for the recent blizzard. French toast, regular toast, and sandwiches for all. That's fair. Would you prefer to go on trial with your buddies as part of a lynch mob or alone for committing murder?
Fuck you, man. I would never fuck my guys over like that.
He squeaks with indignation.
She didn't either. She would never do that.
Blonde man looks
Why
around.
aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Titus looks grim.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she's skipped town. This is good.
Kind of want to try this. Sure, maybe it's all part of a leadership challenge.
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just when I thought you were taking this seriously, cop, you put your head in your ass.
A flash of rage, he calms himself.
Man, now he's just throwing shit against the wall to see what sticks.
I really am.
Okay. We ruled out infighting. That's how this works, by exclusion. Remember, all we need to do is rule Ruby out too. That's all this is.
There's a bit of truth in there for Titus to react so brashly. He does not like his authority questioned.
Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room.
Yeah, why is Kitsuragi so nice?
The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
The only opinion he cares for, internal narration.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want.
Oh, I shall.
I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
He smiles a peculiar smile. Why?
She was afraid I would tell you.
He looks you straight in the eye.
Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
Oh, it does stack skill points. Grand. GG on the level. Thank you. When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
Me is in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
Was the lorry with the listening equipment hers then? Yes, he has basically just confirmed that's her lorry and her operation. Should I be sorry cop? Should I really be sorry cop here? I assume that's apocalyptic cop, superstar cop. What's the other cop? Boring cop. There we go. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. God, why does everything flee at the sight of my shadow?
It seems you have that effect, especially on.
Oh, I should have done that as a chat thing. I'm so sorry, chat. He looks at you.
You know, when I first saw you limp in here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
I take that as a compliment, Titus. Thank you. What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes.
He scoffs.
And that you won't stop.
Won't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock. That you're a human can opener. That you play suspects against each other. Open them up. Like cans.
Harry is a competent officer of the law, I suppose.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
The tattooed man shakes his head.
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did.
He nods.
Now, we can whine about it. Whack him. Or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Anything else? Anything?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This cop, Titus. This cop, he... But she was too scared.
Do you have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Oh, I will, Alan. I will.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
He gives a sharp look.
She's not really
The man stares into his beard.
candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
That just seems like a stupid question to ask, so I'm going to skip it. Do you know what she's doing with ULAN frequencies?
The what now? I have no idea.
He looks around.
Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
Her voice is very quiet.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing ULAN frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
Titus puts an end to it. I guess I have to ask if he's looked for her.
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast. Past the waterlog.
He nods southwest.
She's not here. So, I'm thinking she's there.
I feel like I know a Fat Angus IRL. Oh.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
You're all here. Who's out looking?
Lizzie needed some air.
So she didn't go to tell Everard.
No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure. There are some shit houses there. A cinderblock town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked.
Oh, speaking of pale emitters and stuff, there's a really cool game called Blades in the Dark, which takes place in a city called Duskval. And the concept behind the world is that Duskval is, and a couple of other cities, are the centers of civilization because they're protected by emitters that keep out the restless dead.
I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
A shack where junkies sometimes crash. That seems like a good place to sleep for free, if you know what I'm saying, chat. I've heard a lot of good things regarding Blades in the Dark. I've read the rulebook. Looks fantastic. Not played it myself, but I too have heard good things, which is why I bought the rulebook. Although it was in the that aid bundle on Itch last year, or the year before.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
It's not much, but it'll do.
It'll have to.
He puts his hand out. I'm going to shake it.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
You should be a cop, Titus.
When are you gonna get it through your dumb head?
He scoffs.
I already am. I just wasn't sure you were.
And he still isn't. People aren't afraid of good cops in the way Ruby was afraid of you, he thinks, then turns back to his men.
As much as I'd like to talk to this guy, I feel like we have a lead and we should probably investigate before it disappears. I'm trying to roleplay this as an actual policeman, not, with the meta knowledge that this is a video game and I can save at any point. I mean, obviously I'm doing that skill checks, but that's more to save time. Like, I know I should talk to Everard, but at the same time, kind of have to go there before she leaves. I am going to talk to Kuno about the clothes and check in on with Alice about the serial number on the armor beforehand, though. Mostly because those are on the way to the waterlock. Hey, Kuno. Kuno.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
Is it questions?
Yeah. The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it?
No.
Yeah, whatever.
Discuss the body.
Fuck about it.
Where's the rest of his armor?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor.
How come?
That fucking had one thing majorly wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant.
A mutant?
Do you remember how he looked? Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean you threw it away?
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
He performs a kickoff on the imaginary helmet.
Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
You threw it in the sea.
Yeah, that shit means nothing to Kuno.
He repeats.
Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk.
There we go. There's my next D&D character. Going to be called The Kuno. Urchin background. Monk. Yet to decide which subclass.
You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gates.
No. Who do you mean troubadour?
Yeah, cock in boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
Yes, you met him at the gates. The one with the boots and the jolly smile.
You mean Manana?
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Urchin background, barbarian, monk multiclass. That works too. Yeah, it would need to be a game where you know because magnesium is basically key. True.
Yes, This troubadour has it. You can feel it.
You know, I'm not going to ask the stupid question because I've been watching him yeet stones at the body. I watched him yeet stones at the body.
You're testing Kuno's patience here. Get lost, Kuno doesn't fucking care.
I'm going to try and figure out what's going on with the Kuno.
Kuno's... The
Nope,
fuck
whoops.
do you want? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to...
He's on your crime scene.
Only going to try a couple of times. A Kensai monk, maybe, focusing on slings. Where's the urchin? There is.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad.
He's on your crime.
This is just under a 1 in 5 chance, I suppose. Try one more time for good luck, and then leave. I don't, like... Sure. It's probably got a cool story. But there is a lead, and it is going cold. I may go talk to Manana first, though. Although technically I'm not losing time by doing this.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad.
It's not Kuno.
Never mind.
It's Kuno S.
Interesting. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Act on it. Try and separate them. Kuno, psst.
Fuck you whispering about?
He whispers back.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about? If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
What's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants.
I both hate and love Kuno at the same time.
Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
He hunches down again.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her so she can't read his lips.
What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
He stares at you intently.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
You serious about this killing business?
Killing is serious shit. Kuno's always serious about the 488. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Yeah, I'm with Fat Chance. We're all NPCs in Kuno's game. He's the protagonist. Okay, how many cops has she killed then?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
Kuno is self-aware enough to know this, and at 12, that's impressive. He feels eyes on the back of his head and stops.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children. The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
Kuno, do you think it's possible she's killed other children?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
He usually looks you straight in the eye. A little something just crumbled there.
She's got to get away from her. She's going to kill him. Yes. Disco Elysium 2, you actually play as Kuno, investigating crimes committed by Kuno S. Think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho, cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
What's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
What's that language she uses?
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
Yeah, she was just there.
He points to the apartment building behind the fence.
What was that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck looking at the building.
She was in the hallway. Dripping wet. By the fucking shoe rack. In the dark.
Kuno flinches to notice his voice even more.
A shoe cupboard just off to the right. Have you been to this place?
That hallway there, with the janitor's closet. Point.
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet. Psycho style.
Isn't there a crime scene tape? Isn't there crime scene tape over the door in that area? Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she'd got in, how?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
Someone left the door open. It was him. By accident or...
Yeah, she may have been catatonic. Trauma related, probably.
On purpose.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno. Kuno S. Two of a kind.
Why is she called Kuno S then?
Cause she fucking looks like Kuno.
You don't know her name?
No one knows her name. Kuno told you, this shit was psycho killer.
How are you dealing with all of this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
Spits through the gap in his front teeth. Yeah, Kuno needs help. You need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her. Sneak up on you later and fuck you up. You understand?
The boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus. I can respect that.
Alright. Now we can do business.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts, no longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pant buying shit, that's on now too. 90% discount for Kuno's pig. Kuno can flex. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
He spreads his hands like a baker presenting the goods. A smile spreads across his flushed face. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave now.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Cool, I can buy the pants for 15 real, I guess. Let's go talk to Mañana while we're here. So that's a whole can of worms. Oh, actually, while we're actually here. Yeah, that happened.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone,
the radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Have you heard back from the ICP about the serial number?
Yes. The armor was produced by Fairweather in their facilities in Bétancourt, sur la Clé in 42. It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm contracted to protect the interests of Oranese pharmaceutical companies in the Semenine conflict.
Still don't know why Kuno's the only scouser in the game.
So, It seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to track. Corps de Pharmacie has been renamed several times over in the years since the armor was issued.
I'm guessing one of its names is Cronell.
Yes, that is the most recent name the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP. And the one before it was Downwell. I also have one called Sediment, but I think that might be a different contractor. No, they work called Sediment. And Somatosensor, it seems. All that during the last 9 years.
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom this suit was fitted.
A suit of armor like this would have been customized to fit the wearer. There must be a record of the person to whom it was issued.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try to talk them into it, though.
This is a fun challenge for her, an opportunity to contribute beyond doing her job by rote. She'll gladly put in the extra effort for Team RCM.
Yes, thank you, officer. I really appreciate your efforts in this case.
Glad to help. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I'll have more for you then.
Okay, I'm done with the radio for now.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see...
And close the door. Okay, so that's a tomorrow thing. Oh, look at this task list. Oh, it's so short. Right, mañana. Oh, hang on. Can I pick up more bottles? Oh, also, while I'm here, I guess I'll talk to that guy about the tattoos. Hey, mañana.
I guess getting past the man ain't that simple after all. So, what now?
He pauses to think. Alice MVP? Alice MVP indeed. Kuno told me you were supposed to know about the armor.
The little boy had the good on his promise.
His promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me, pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know?
I'm taking my wellness break after this conversation, by the way, because I'm getting quite hungry.
So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock.
Yep, that sounds like Kuno.
Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
Probe into the armor. What did you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
So Kuno used us to what? Scare you?
It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He contemplates taking a swig from his flask. What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
Chat, do you think I should go and talk to Everard while I'm over here? Talk to the Union boss? I don't know that he could particularly add anything, but I'm here, so I'll give you that option while I'm going through this conversation.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
And that Lico Cold Union boss is going to be here no matter what? Well, that's my thought. Obviously, stepping out of the meta knowledge that I know this is a game and I can probably do both. In this situation, I would chase the Ruby lead down, try and find her first. Because we know that she's heavily involved. 4 pieces of armor up for grabs then, but I already sent the boots away.
I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least.
Hold up, 4 pieces. Helmet, cuirass, gauntlets, boots. What about the leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
That's me. I'm going to find 1 piece of it. 1 is enough.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
The lieutenant nods.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'd have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off him.
Wait. I can't. I physically can't do that. I send the body away. Well, that's kind of annoying that it's in my journal to do when I can't actually finish it. Thank you for your cooperation.
No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
He finally takes a swig from the flask. Okay, while I'm here, I'm going to talk to the mercenary in disguise. But, as I said, I'm going to take my wellness break now, so I'll swap over to the chatling. Wellness break's going to be a bit longer than usual, because I need to go downstairs and make sure that Angel has a drink. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the kettle to boil, wait for it to boil, pour into the pot, come back up, play a bit more, and then go and pour her tea in like 5 minutes after that. So you get chatling for a good long time today. Where is chatling? There it is. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Such a nice partner. I mean, it's just polite. Like, she's busy doing a lot of meetings, so making sure she has a drink is just polite and the nice thing to do. Anyway, pride flag. Behave yourselves. I can read the chat. This is how you end up with another sealed arrest, Ari. Okay, so update on the Angel situation. 1, she's beautiful as ever. 2, she had a drink, so I don't have to make one. So we shall just continue with the game. She's also kind of dead on her feet from exhaustion, unfortunately. Hey, I've got a photo of your dead friend.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
You a mercenary hired by Wild Pines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
Okay, back up.
The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
He grunts, barely glancing at it.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
We're investigating a murder. These tattoos are on the victim's body.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving, hard as a stone, but beneath it.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
After a while, he cranes his head side to side and sighs. Loincloths?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means.
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines, away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
In what must have been Seminine.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
He squints at it. It's so small. Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
Just in case it was in any way unclear, chat, do not have sexual intercourse with bugs and snakes. He licks his lips as if drunk suddenly.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt him.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon...
His voice gets strangely quiet, a long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old.
Okay, I can see where this is going. This isn't useful. You know him, right?
What's the matter, militiaman? No stomach for it? This man was worth 1,000 loincloths. We're done talking here.
I think we should maybe even get going now.
There is absolutely no need to push this any further.
Just gonna leave. Right, we're leaving. We're leaving so far, in fact, that we are going to an entirely different map. Or I think it's a different map anyway. Just gonna do a quick run around, see if I can interact with any bins for tear. No, I can't. Okay, so that was done. Kuno lied to you. Return and confront him. Okay, game, if you insist. I don't need that for the moment. Miracle Sound has a good disco Elysium
Kuno's
song.
like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
I talked to Manana about the armor.
So?
He said to thank you. Wasn't too keen on chasing down that armor anyway.
Fuck, okay. Kuno's a giver like that, yes?
He looks slightly confused.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello.
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on.
I remember this, Kuno.
You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember this. Now get the fuck out of here, Grief and the Kuno. After this shit, you better have something real interesting to say if you want to stay in Kuno's face.
Yeah, real interesting.
Well, good news is I don't want to
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
stay in Kuno's face. I just wanted the experience. Kuno, I used you for experience. That sounds terrible. Moving on. I guess they're here about the water lock. Can't talk with any of them. Nope, that's Seleng. Morning. Oh, right, it was down here. Yes, of course.
A rusting control panel with loose wires dangling out from the hole where an indicator light used to be, and a mechanical lever sitting in the middle.
Say with me, chat. Pull the lever, Kronk!
You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk. Then, the water lock starts moving.
It's moving. They have that technology. Ka-chunk.
All right, we can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks.
Alright, before I do that, anything... Nope, we're good so far. Nope. You idiot. The green orb. Where are you going? You fool. The radio relay hums with electricity. Pick up the money. Yes. So it begins again. The eternal quest for Real. Oh, hey, there's something over there. A breaker box to power the radio paneling above you. Maybe there's something inside. Traffic beyond the gate, more abandoned motor lorries. The sign says no entry, someone scribbled an inverted star on it. And biker cop sunnies. +1 empathy, -1 logic. I like the visual calculus for now. Someone has broken down the fence and the barbed wire. Glory, says the graffito to the ghosts of us. Someone has left their music collection beneath the tarpaulin. I have it! I have the song! We can do karaoke! Swing is missing. No one's been here for a long time. It's all coming together, chat. It's all coming together. Right, well, I suspect these tyre tracks to be the person who broke everything. Oh, I may have found the car. Creaking ahead, a broken axle grinding. Oh, okay. Oh, before I do that. A bottle drained of all its booze is frozen to the ice. Well, that's upsetting. No, it's not upsetting. Harry is going clean. Or getting clean.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half-submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there in the icy water.
But why don't we find out, Inland Empire? Why don't we find out?
The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
So this is where all the tracks were leading to.
It appears to be so.
The lieutenant has a peculiar look in his eyes as he inspects the wreckage. Let's investigate.
I agree. We should definitely investigate.
The lieutenant replies, his eyes never leaving the sunken vehicle.
Suddenly, you're reminded of the lieutenant's kinema and the weird feeling about the fish and the seaweed you had.
Fish and seaweed? I thought this was about Kim's car.
Of course, everything's okay.
Run your hand over the cold metal.
The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
What is the make of this MC? Can I see a logo?
The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make it out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
Oh no, not a monkfish. It's going to kick my ass. How long has it been here?
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Coincidentally?
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
Weird place for a monkfish to be? Yeah, they're deep sea, aren't they, monkfish? Also, it's... well, I guess fish are under the water. They don't care about ice. Ignore that point. Well, well, well. Looks like Jacob Irv's journey came to an abrupt end here.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
Enough gloating, this is serious.
Yes, quite.
They're not keen on shallows, no. What should we do?
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket. A joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this joyrider. Maybe he's from some kind of joyriders district and likes blue and white racing livery, like a cop would. Papers. Papers would be cool.
Ooh.
Maybe there's registration inside, like a person registration. You know, like your badges.
Is this my car? How long will it take for the low tide to come in?
I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
Oh, we're going to sit and wait.
As you sit down in the old,
swinging.
rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent. The hinges creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea.
Hold on. It looks very blue.
Yes, it does.
What's your favourite blue thing?
Let me think about it.
I'm going to attempt to whistle a tune.
The tune on your lips forms a strange, yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher-pitched and slightly more melodic trill. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Well, that's racist. Would you rather sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches?
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
Yeah, just two bros whistling, swinging on some swings. It's all good.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
You have to side with either the strikers or the shipping company. Who would you choose?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
But if someone puts a gun to your head.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Can you make out the mark now?
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40.
His eyes turn to you.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
Yep, this is my car. Oh dear. Harry, you fucked up. You done fucked up. Squint your eyes and say, is that a number on the side?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
Precinct?
Does he know something about that speed racer?
Oh dear. Oh, God, no.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you.
Did I get carjacked?
No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
No. No.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
Oh my God, it's mine. I drove my car into the sea.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
How do we get down?
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
It's gonna be there like that?
I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
They're not gonna take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
He's trying to cheer you up now. Oh, Kim, you're a bro. I can still fix it.
That is very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
This is a disaster.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
He's avoiding your gaze now.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
Why isn't bash brains out on the swing set an option at this point? The badge, the gun, and now this.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a 4th thing you've lost.
Yeah, memory. 4th thing?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
Okay, so I'm still 16 on good cop, bad cop. I'm not sure if that's good or not. Things were going so well. We were just whistling merrily.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
The lieutenant says with a smile.
At least we have a pretty good suspect. If we found your motor carriage in the sea, maybe we'll find her too.
Hey, real talk. If I can flirt with the guy with the smoker on the balcony, can we be can Harry and Kim be a thing? Well, at least I can see what's in there now.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Found the traffic hooligan. I just looked in the mirror. Can I have my badge, please? Oh, look, there's my badge. Oh, I'm a lieutenant too. A thick blue piece of acrylic covering a thin leaf of paper with the officer's name and rank on it. Next to the writing, you see a man stare back at you. A younger version of you. Already disintegrating inside, but still presentable on the outside. That's a mood. Do we know if Kitsuragi has a partner? We do not know if he has a partner.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
I found my badge!
At least something good came out of all this.
The lieutenant glances at the badge in your hands. I'm going to study it.
Encased between 2 durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West.
You know what? Reddit's not wrong. Fat chance. Kitsuragi does deserve so much more than Harry.
You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
I'm going to do name and rank, because this passes time, and then we'll head off.
Harrier Dubois. It suits you. I'm going to call you Harry, since it's short for Harrier.
No, he's not. He's going to keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not.
Wait, what kind of name is Harrier?
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
Harrier Dubois it is then.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
The badge in your hands shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information.
Rank?
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
What does Lieutenant W. Freighter?
The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
And W. Freighter?
The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
There's a bottle up there. Maybe that came from the wreck. Declined?
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decontage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect.
Oh yeah, that might be a bottle too.
And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
What is decomptage?
Decontage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos. The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kinks.
What kinks?
Kinks like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
So you've been putting up with all my bullshit because I'm your superior?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work.
At least he admits it.
It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
It's like, you do good work, but you are a terrible human being.
He trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
My rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
Thanks, that gives me hope.
Good.
He says with a quick smile. Turn back to the document.
Such a small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
Okay, well. Good for us. What does the coat do? +1 esprit de corps, +1 visual calculus. You know I'm all about that visual Ooh, that's snazzy. That is a snazzy coat. That is a mistake. That is apparently a thing, Satet. Thank you very much for continuing to make that mistake. Looking sharp there, Harry. Looking very sharp. I could take the gloves off, of course, but interfacing and their gardening gloves is too good. They also match the hat. Logic and suggestion. Reaction speed. I do, however, need this. +1 drama. Oh, right, conceptualization. That's physical instrument. Anyway, moving on. Oh! They're not highlighted, but you can pick them up. Fantastic game. Fantastic. The ice off the coast crackles shifting. That's mildly annoying. I wonder if I can pick up the ones in my room then. Or if I could have picked up the ones in my room, because I don't think I can get back to it without paying another 20 real. Footprints in the snow, they lead away from the accident. Check this out first. There's a boat tucked underneath the tarpaulin cover. There's always tomorrow. If I don't have to pay 20 real to sleep in that room, I'm not going to. I'll say it. If there's free lodgings, I'm saving the money. Unless I get to like 30 real. Through the broken glass, dusty shelves, and the forgotten chair. Give it another month, Satet, and you'll have half a heart of red. I don't know where I was going with that. Do you like the sub badges chat, by the way? I never asked anyone how they felt about the sub-badges. You just kind of have to stick up to put up with them. I don't know what I'm going to do after year 7 because they're in rainbow colours for Pride. But see a dark red chair in the dim light of the room. Where was there? There is. Cold breeze is enough to make the wall planks creak. A postcard. I'm sorry, bow tie. I mean, horrific necktie just seems like Harry's trademark at this point. So the bow tie would be nice for the drama, but it's horrific. Oh, look at my task list. It's getting short. It's almost as if I'm making progress. Yes, they're red, orange, yellow, green, blue. I'll have to find a way of distinguishing between indigo and violet as well, but that's why I have an orange one for 3 years. No. Yes, maybe. I don't know what colour badge I've got right now. Hang on, I can fix this. Half yellow, half orange, because of halfway between years. Yeah, between years 2 and 3. It will be 3 in April?
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position.
What will the tourists think? Well, the tourists are intent on doing everything they can to steal, so I don't think they're paying much attention to progress. The latest stitch up, in case anyone's curious about the political situation in the UK. Everyone's getting a £200 discount on their energy bills because the government are paying £200 per account. You don't get a say in this. You're getting that £200 discount, and you're paying it back in £40 instalments over 5 years. Unfortunately, that's £40 per person. So if you are in a household and you get that reduction, and then you move out of the household, you also have to pay the £40 on top of the rest of the household who's paying £40. What would I be doing under there?
I don't know. Sleeping? What do people do under boats? This is merely a measurement from your visual cortex. Do with it what you want.
There's also a national insurance tax rise without wages going up to... Why can't you opt out? Why would the Conservatives give you the option to opt out? They get money back this way. They get more money out of it this way. Great news, I found somewhere new to sleep.
Huh?
So great news, I found somewhere to sleep. Under this boat here, it'll be free.
Sarcastic self-pity is not what we need at this moment, officer.
That's true.
I understand the situation looks grim.
That's true.
But we must continue with our investigation.
You have a home somewhere. All cops do. When this is done, you can return.
I think Kim is still on my side. It's hard to tell, but I think he's still on my side. The underside of the boat has recently been tarred. Oh, so it's all one contiguous map. Ah, I thought it was multiple maps. Interesting. What are these doing in the fish? Boat is floating freely, unmoored.
Hi, officer.
A woman in a raincoat stands on the quay, considering an overturned boat. A sword in the scabbard hangs from her hip.
Factory balanced. Bakelite and stainless steel.
Anything I can help you with?
Depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
I have questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. And that was actually the second one.
Ooh, it keeps track of them. Very good.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts. Ask her about the cool sword. Helps to break the ice.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
Hold on. Do you know how to use it?
Not really. I know some basic moves, and I know it sure as hell beats a knife when you're in a tough spot.
That depends if you're more comfortable with a knife or not.
But not when you're in a tight spot.
That is true. Hand-eye coordination, that is true. Isn't that what guns are for?
Guns are expensive and fragile, I think. Besides, I got kids. Can't have guns around them, and sometimes a sharp blade is enough to keep folks at bay.
I read a statistic that... It's about to point out the range issue. Yep, the game was there, got there for you. It's something like, over the last 2 years, or maybe more, at least one person has been shot every month in the States by a toddler. And the comment I saw on it was, we should probably arrest that toddler, which I thought was comedic genius. But it's still a worrying statistic. Why do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Oh, yes, they do. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective?
What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that.
So she got sick of men's BS and got a sword. You know what? I'm here for it.
That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
She is an icon. Behold! Point to the expression. Her eyes meet yours and suddenly she starts laughing. It's hoarse, as if she hasn't laughed in a while. Community genius perhaps, but I'll point out where states which, with laws which criminalise having miscarriages. Well, yes, there's that, which is upsetting.
Not bad.
Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
So, where are all the men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed.
She looks down.
And one of them, I ended up marrying.
I'm leaving her with her blade. Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Oh, he's dead. These are not good options. Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
I'm gonna not press the matters. We're gonna just wait for her to continue.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
It's healthy to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheels spinning.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on.
She crosses her arms.
Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glances at the village where 2 little kids are playing with what look like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
Kim's presence makes it awkward. Is this your boat?
Sure is. The Sun, I call her. Coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Sunny days? Catch a snowflake in your palm.
Aye. Sunny days. You got a problem with that?
She looks at the snow melt in the water.
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. It would have been bad news had it turned out it wasn't a sunny day. Bad news for the skiff, bad news for the nets, bad news for the kids.
There's a moment's silence. She looks at the slushy snow melt on the yellow belly of the boat.
When do you think it'll be ready? There's something we might have to check out on one of the islands. The origin of a shot. I have quarrels with sunny days. Oh, I do too on Stable Days. I have very sensitive eyes to light. Like, streaming with a ring light is horrible for me, but I have to do it, otherwise the lighting gets really weird.
Shot, huh? The boat will be ready when the sea turns and the winds settle. You can't command the weather, officer.
She gives you a short nod and replies.
My prediction, it will be at least 2 days.
Okay, visual calculus, I'm here for it. I'm looking for someone maybe you can help.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
She tilts her head ever so slightly. Ooh, missing cryptozoologist. We need to find Professor Donkey Man.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals who are hard to find.
Aha! Like snowmen.
Snowmen? I haven't heard about those. So do I, and I currently have a lot of snow-threatening snow blindness while I work. Oof. Sorry to hear it.
2 odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Wait, the like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Where did they go?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
Looking for a suspect who might have stayed in this neighbourhood.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days. She might have arrived on Friday.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
She looks slightly disappointed. Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
A faint smile runs across her face.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insular Indian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Well, if you go right now, you almost certainly won't find a police car.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other odd sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once. Bottles, drugs also. Lost cargo in general.
She looks at the beach.
Most of the time it's just wood and glass.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
I need to know about those human bodies.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Very unattractive bunch.
Yeah. Maybe stay clear of the things reminding her of the floater she used to be married to.
Very true.
Just saying.
Game's definitely trolling me. Oh, it is. The plank creaks beneath your weight. The ladder leads to a school of fish swimming in the kelp. I'm going to quick save. Joyce?
I'll just keep the corda lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
She winds the mooring line around a post.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, detectives.
She fastens the end of the line around the post and straightens her back.
It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
She reversed that boat quite well, considering there's ice all around.
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
You've been spying on us.
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the cordelate red. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White.
Oh, right, Cindy.
What is this? Destruction of property, hooliganism, elder abuse, and who is this scamp anyway?
Want me to look into it?
No need. Lillian and I are getting on much better. For one, she appreciates the concept of rent.
So how do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze toward the village. Slush melting on the cinder blocks, construction work left half-finished 10 years ago.
Water drips down eaves of eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Absolutely not, Joyce! She squints her eyes.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
Try not to be scared, this is just how the real city looks.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
She leans against the railing, looking up at the grey sky.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
The wind picks up, her raincoat flaps in the gust. This island?
No, they're in Celindian, Isola.
What is in Isola exactly?
I'm guessing you don't know then.
No, you haven't told me how they found it.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
45% is around where I operate. Things are getting better, though.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
It was good running into you.
Godspeed, detectives.
Thank you, ma'am. Do keep an eye on your boat.
I would stick around, but I have a lead that may go
Date
cold
of
any
birth
day.
generator.
Hey, Byron.
You were born in the year 07.
How are you doing?
In the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
And that gives me easier physique passives. Woo! Because I'm weak. I'm a weak man with noodle arms. I also have 3 skill points. I should probably spend. Let's spend one. Let's keep one in reserve. So let's hope the city's clearly not done with you then. Apparently not. Let's go with... Let's go with a point in empathy. And a point in rhetoric. I'm going to keep one spare just in case I need to redo a check or something. Can I zoom out? Thank you. Can't see into the house from the side. It's locked tight. Okay. Before I go any further down the coast, a wetting stone, well worn and covered in rust. White curtains have been drawn tight shut, no looking in. Ooh, trousers. See, dust-covered linens, dried tulips on a bed. Let's check there's nothing else up here. Doesn't appear to... Ooh, money. Cinder blocks charred, a makeshift fire pit with magazines for lighting.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Oh, that's what benches are for. I realised I never sat on the bench. I never interacted with the bench near the whirling. Which is too thick and thought I'd pass through. Do that through the wall, why not? There are the children. Construction material, whoever planned to build this house left in a hurry.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
He spreads his arms as if wanting to embrace you.
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
Good to see you. I'm a police officer, not your friend.
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
And I'm going.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend.
Is it?
But come back anyway.
I'm a recovering addict. We don't want any of that. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. That's not a thing, is it? Is it a thought? Oh, it's a thought that I don't have right now. So there's no point putting them on. Grumble's an unshaven man with a ruddy nose. He narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, then turns his head away.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man is strong and familiar.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
Okay, I'm just gonna leave.
The dozing man mumbles something inaudible.
Never heard of tipping the shopkeep? Yeah, neither have I. I think he's trying to pull a fast one.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man clad in a two-piece Liquor TM tracksuit puts down his Pilsner and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
I think someone else has called us tequila or made reference to tequila. So I think it might be Harry's nickname.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, tequila sunset.
He takes a sip.
How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Wasn't your wife's name Abigail? I don't know. But if these are manifestations of Harry's alcoholism in front of a guy who sells drugs, maybe.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang.
Based on their names, don't call Abigail an idiot doom spiral.
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
Don't know. People tell me I'm a cop. I'm getting used to that.
It's good to hear that you're on top of things. Talking about used to, did you know that I used to be a real mover and shaker?
He thoughtfully picks at his shit-stained Liquor TM jacket.
Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddy.
Can we not objectify people? Just a thought. He takes a sip from his beer.
This guy's your buddy. You feel it immediately. You belong to an organization, a fraternity of drunks.
What is it, Tequila Sunrise? You keep saying it.
It's you. Your Tequila Sunset.
Idiot Doom Spiral's one hell of a name, it is. How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No.
Aha.
He takes a sip from his beer.
Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
For some reason, the name Tequila fills me with foreboding. Maybe I shouldn't learn what it means.
You think you feel bad now. Wait till you've heard the story.
Hit me, Idiot Doom Spiral.
No. You need the wisdom.
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting.
He takes another sip, then continues. Speaking of sips, I'm going to hydrate while he does this.
You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk.
I feel like the story's going to annoy Kim. Quite possibly.
Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Does that sound like something you'd do? Yeah, probably.
We've already heard this from Sylvie, so...
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
What happened then?
It was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, were getting our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
Okay.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things!"
Say nothing. It's more dignified that way.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice.
Oh yeah. Harry is a dramatic SOB.
We ran
No
towards
doubt.
the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit. Like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
You don't have enough tea for his drama. Oh, we have a lot of tea in this house, my friend.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to.
Kind of wonder what an Apocalypse Cop playthrough would be like. Oh, nice. We got Saria as well. Excellent.
We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now, and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Hence, earlier in the game where it was like, your name is Golden and Amber, I guess. My real name is Harry.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
So, I'm assuming that Harry had a midlife crisis, and that's why he went on a bender and tried to kill himself?
Wow. That's quite a story.
Yeah. I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
Possibly related to the ex-wife.
If you only knew.
Did I tell you anything specific about this person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard. And that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here.
Abigail! It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
You know what? We're just gonna walk away.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around here lately?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
Oh.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
I believe in you.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Chat, what would your Disco Elysium name be? Trying to think what mine might be. If you have suggestions for mine, by all means hit me up with them. Street sign is illegible below the graffito. Hard to see the details, the colours, all warm and welcoming and cozy though. Apparently Tequila Sunset is taken. Mine might be Blooding Despair. That's fair. I think mine might be Accidental Hindrance or Helpful Hindrance, depending on things. Oh, a bird. Right, well I've got a grouse. That's going to replace the skewer that I broke in the whirling. Industrial coal pellets burn with an orange glow. We're going to quick save.
Hello, mister.
A young girl, barely 4 or 5 years old, sits on the sofa. She is looking at you with frank curiosity.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Do you know anyone named Ruby?
Ruby. Ruby.
Suddenly the girl gets all serious and leans in as if she's about to tell you a secret. Oh hey, OBS decides it doesn't want to work.
My mom tells me I'm a big girl, but she doesn't know that I can't say Earl. Or sometimes I can, but then Uller.
Kids.
The lieutenant shakes his head. Are you Lillian's daughter?
Yes, I am. Little Lily. You know my mom?
Oh gosh, chat. Oh, not really, but you know what? Chat, I'm leaving this in your hands. I'm going to click the chat vote button, and you can vote right now on which option I pick. 3, 2, 1, vote. That way, if the skeezy answer is the one we go for ultimately, it's on you, chat. I'm going to hydrate while I'm disclaiming responsibility for this decision. Chat apparently wants yes, we met earlier.
That's nice. My mom is great. She's never angry or anything.
No skeevy to the kid. What's that you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of.
She holds the fuzzy beast up to demonstrate.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lambie looks soft.
Yes. Very soft.
Suddenly she pushes the stuffed animal towards your face. Oh, we're pushing. That was also a very sinister delivery. We're gonna press our cheek against Lambie.
Isn't he soft?
She's right. Lambie is very soft. She rubs the white fur against your cheek, then returns the lamb into her lap, cuddling it. We're not going to show her the bird we just stole. We're just going to leave.
Bye!
The girl's large, curious eyes remain fixed on you. I might push the boat out, chat. I might make a manual save. Flower trough where nothing really grows, maybe in spring. Apparently this is spring. Also got karaoke to do still. Not a manual save for
The
anything but that.
scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old.
It really doesn't like it when you quick save and open a dialogue box.
The other one looks indistinguishable from him. He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Lillian's twin and Lillian's other twin. It must be Lillian's twins.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Explains the other one, tongue still lolling out of his mouth. I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
Kids, have you seen any bad people around?
What bad people?
One of the twins looks up, his mouth slightly open.
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is going to crack the case.
Says the lieutenant.
Then we're definitely doing it.
You know what? No, we're not. Authority, you can go do one. Right, say, get an uncorrupted quick save, and just in case, we'll take a manual save. The woman next to a bucket of clothes hums an odd melody. Her eyes are closed.
Welcome to the fishing village.
She opens
Please
her
lean
eyes.
in closer. I have cataracts.
Then how does she know you're here?
You can't see, then how did you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
She beckons you toward her. I lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
A shadow passes over her face.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
We're cops. Hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang. Yeah, I thought it sounded like Frere Jacques. What he said, we're cops. We don't cause trouble. We take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there.
She points to the building behind her.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
Got it. The corner I have to go to and think about what I've done when I make terrible jokes. The punishment corner.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
What kind of ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
Oh, death. Gotcha.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
If I'm considered an ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid.
Why?
Because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then. Because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage. And not a lot of houses. Or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Why got someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave.
I'm trying to save money.
That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
Her soapy thumb points to the building behind her. How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Not sure it's appropriate for the RCM to accept free accommodations.
Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth.
You got yourself a tenant.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the police.
A key appears from under her apron. She hands it to you.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
I'm saving money, Lieutenant.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
I'm not going to... Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She nods with a wrinkled smile, because she is in fact the mob.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez.
He points east.
She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This is like when the man locked himself in the woodshed. We just need to help her come out.
No, it's not like that, man. With him we called you. Right now, you just arrive by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass.
I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others.
Absolutely going to. What is in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
Chat? Does this look like a blank spot on the map to you? It's named and everything. I think she's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I can read maps, old washerwoman. Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. But they're away right now.
She nods her head across the courtyard.
And then there's the drunks.
She sighs.
Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
I met Lillian and her kids already.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
I think I also met the drunks.
I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and then, and an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
Is there a way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
I may have stolen that. I may have discovered it. There's got to be something here, tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
When was the last time your character had a drink or substance? Well, I took some magnesium when I lost some health. But beyond that, Harry's going cold sober for me.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain.
Sorry, I asked about the pox.
The old woman shakes her head slowly. She drops the rag into the bucket. It's clean now.
That's not what the text says. The text in fact says, after the war it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shocked veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens.
Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinderblock houses. Shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
She tightens the scarf around her neck. Alright, there's another topic I'd like to address.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
She replies and wipes her forehead. Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
She smiles a gapped-toothed smile and smells the air.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents. other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
I get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well, there's that music. Music from across the sea.
She scoffs.
It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Interesting. You could look into this ruckus if you have the time.
What else is on Down Coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Which is it then? Apartments or electrical plant?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
She shrugs. I'll get to the church eventually, Fat Chance. I have no doubt of that. Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Yeah, I'll be wrapping up in like half an hour. So have a great rest of day, Ari. Thank you for being here. Thank you for filling up that heart with red. The next goal is half red, half orange. Who'd want to come to a fish market here?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
That's it? There's got to be more along the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End.
Interesting.
Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
She drops a bar of soap into the bucket with a splash. Let's listen to her life story.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant W. Freto Aria Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
She's got a couple of ranks herself. Honored chief and so on.
Goodbye, I'm off. Okay, let us look for clues.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy to check out your new living arrangement and look for any signs of Ruby. But just so you know, after we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the Whirling in Rags for the night. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
That is totally fair, Kim.
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
I just may not have 20 real a day. And I'd rather not game over after 19 hours of gameplay. Ish. So I think I'm coming up to the halfway mark, according to how long to beat. Somewhere around there. Take the jacket.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
I'm going to try and locate the source of the expression, but I don't care that much, so I'm not going to save scum.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Nice. Wonderful, in fact.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened.
Oh yeah, you can. I'm pretty sure you can edit save files because you can set your like attribute points. Steam doesn't usually like save file editing though, so I'm not like I've got a free bed.
Forget about ostentatious orchestrations. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume Lamillion, out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. Click, click.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Lamillion's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume Lamillion, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression, looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else? Like who I am? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
Does this have anything to do with ostentatious orchestrations?
Not really. OO must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway.
I guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Oh, we're going to let the mirror be for now. Guillaume Le Million. We're learning that. And that is why I saved that point. It's a free point here. Why is that so high? It also raises learning caps, but it is... Yes, I could put the point in anyway, but I like the thought mechanic. See the waves, the sea, a church. Old science fiction magazines, books about bird watching, an almanac from 39.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move the board aside.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
What's in here?
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
I'm going to search through the sand and sawdust.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
What is it?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
A bullet? Interesting.
The floorboard doesn't care. But maybe the washerwoman does. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops.
Doesn't sound great, really. The floorboards creak under your step. This intricate heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Hang on, chat. You can see the portrait now. Is shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic. A fresh start looms ahead. Clean yourself up and be born anew.
Time to shave. Get these mutton chops off.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade shapes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Oh dear, maybe that was a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't have shaved. Whoops-a-daisy. Is this our home? Apparently it is now. It's a free place to stay. Feel your clean-shaven cheeks.
They feel so smooth,
free heel.
surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
What have I done? I really do not know. I have unleashed terrors upon us which we were never meant to see. Was shaving the right call?
The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace.
Awkward. Well, that's everything in here, I think. So I do a quick save. And leave. I'm going to leave the webcam off until we see if Kim's portrait changes in response. Probably with a horrified look of, my god, what did you do, Harry? Sorry, what did you do, officer? Because he's calls us officer when he's angry with Harry. Dum dum dum. Inside you hear the cozy sound of some kind of heater sputtering.
Yes?
So, point to your face, a shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
The lieutenant stares at your shaven face, his eyes narrowed. What is it? You can tell me, Kim.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
He stops.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
I'm good for now. And the webcam is back. What do I still have to do? Confront the washerwoman. Before I do that, I'm going to explore more, see if I can find Professor Donkey Man. Little black swallow circles above you. You hear it chirp. Okay, so that's a dead end. The water runs from the west. The source is upstream. Broken pipe. Take all the money. Rust-eaten letters read Mazout. The rear tire of a motor carriage adorns these reeds. Oh, okay. Interesting. I figured with how far... Well, I guess the fishing shack... Fishing village isn't too far from... Martinez, so that makes sense. Looking back at you from the rust-coloured water. You. Is that a leopard print vest? A kick drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. Schoolfish huddle around the fence post and scatter into something. Money! Before you, a drawbridge. It can only be lowered from the other side. Full of holes. Could the post hide treasure? Look inside. One of these turns out to be the stick insect or whatever. Oh, that'd be the church then. Okay, I have Eldritch horror confirmed. I will return to the church. Very melancholy soundtrack. I think I mentioned that before. I think I've said words to that effect before. Can I? No, I cannot. Okay. Oh, it's a trowel. Okay. So can I pick that up? No, it's sticking out of the ground, you fool. So, does Ruby have my gun? Oh, I can just... Okay, I didn't realize I could run all the way up here. To your right, a white-bellied cormorant eyes you suspiciously. It's taken a lot of patience to do this. Professor Donkey Man? Have I found you? Painted with pastels, someone is trying to bring cheer into the world. Trash from some unending party. Pole screwed into the ice keeps the tent erect. More tribalistic markings. This post is covered in little humanoids.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Push the Eternite over.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
And that's the way back.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
The lieutenant gestures towards the young woman next to the tent. Oh dear. So someone's home away from home, just like yours. Manual save time.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
It is not Professor Donkey Man.
Oh. Hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Dear child, it's freezing. Where's your hat?
Huh?
She looks up at you, distracted.
Maybe she didn't hear you. A little louder.
I said you should have a hat on.
So should you.
You don't have to do anything.
I have a hat, though. It's a woolly hat. I should, and I do, point at your hat.
Oh. I didn't notice that.
That's all cleared up. I have some questions for you.
Sorry, man. My mind was elsewhere. Shoot.
What's your name?
Estelle.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Estelle who? I'm not a young suitor. This is official police business.
Okay, it's Berger.
She hesitates.
You have little reason to doubt that's her real name, but she's not all that surprised by this cop show questioning, is she?
What's that device you have there?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
And the wires?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
What's a contact microphone?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Nice. You could maybe bug someone with it. Wiretapping.
Where did you get the mic from?
Same place I got the recorder from. The Palaceum.
What's the Palaceum?
Oh, man. You haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop. on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Oh my god, why are those the two choices I have? Sounds interesting, or just they're all homosexuals. Like, where does that even come from? Who is this Arno guy?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
Nor do I, but I have concrete evidence that I rock. In the form of a wrecked tape player and completely trashed
That's
hospital
cool.
room. She breathes on her fingers, looks like she doesn't know what to say. Never mind, let's talk about the contact mic instead.
Sure.
How does it work?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-born sound, if you like technobabble.
I was wondering if the microphone might be useful. Actually, I had some non-mic questions for you.
Okay.
Have you seen a red-haired woman around?
No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
What are you doing out here in the cold?
Recording, I guess.
And what is it you're recording exactly?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too.
She scratches
Not
her...
sure how that will sound.
Sorry. She scratches her forehead.
What happened to the old headphones?
Wait, what happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
Mm-hmm. And what are these recordings for? The cracks, the footsteps?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain.
Just nod.
Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway.
She rubs her shoulders and looks around.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden. The sharp drop in endorphins is almost visible, like a warm blanket has fallen off her shoulders. The wave of chill, the quivering jaw, indications of a drug high.
Take this, you're cold.
The lieutenant begins to take off his jacket.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
The lieutenant backs up, he throws you a glance. You said it's supposed to be a music place. What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
And who are these boys?
The boys?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are inside?
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like what?
Music stuff, mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it.
Why not just leave some of it outside so you don't have to freeze?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold.
Here, you need this more than I do.
Thanks.
She puts it on. It's a bit large for her. I had some other questions.
Go ahead.
Gonna
okay.
leave for now.
Bye.
I know I have to go in the tent. I'm just going for. I'm just want to see what's up here first. Okay. No cryptozoologists, notably. I guess they might be in the tent. Do a manual save.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard.
There's a fish.
One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Squeeze in.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
Fair.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Ooh, shot fired. He gestures for you to squeeze in. Shot fired from Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Smells like sweat and laundry detergent, plus a trace of ether. Pile of nasal sprays, brand name Nosifed Ultra. Speaker, the big kind used for live music. Don't know what the camera did. Canisters filled with what appears to be water. The label says distilled.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Walshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Hardcore!
Is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just going to keep saying it's hardcore, aren't you?
Skibber-dee, skibber-danger. I am the rearranger.
Your cop training did not prepare you for this. What to do? Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
Wait. Solve the egghead puzzle. Okay.
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore. Hardcore!
But is it? I mean, really?
Yeah!
Yeah!
Lakierski, Materialski!
Okay, that is not the way to solve the
Go
egghead
speak
puzzle.
to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
A strangely dressed young man says without looking from his toolbox. Hey, the Noid, that was a Domino's promotional thing? What if I want to speak to you first?
I suck at socialising, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in, get a reading on your sign.
Before he's finished talking, he's already turned back to his tools. Alright, I'll do that.
The young man picks up a thin metal saw blade and nods. You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his hand.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
So he's basically using basically a cosign? Yes.
The young man with earrings
Yes.
looks at you suspiciously.
An egghead. Egg!
He yells. The tape player high above his head continues to blast strange music.
Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
The answer to this question is 0, but how many music venues have you organised?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Exactly.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
Why are you here?
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in. Also for talent. Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's no need, the place is pretty bad.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the church. And I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended. Dopeheads!
Burnouts!
He angrily spits on a screw then starts cleaning it.
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Reversholt. Strike that! The word! And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
I won't stand for narcomaniacs of any kind. No narcomaniacs on my watch. Shake your head gravely.
Yes, yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky.
What exactly do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge.
Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
That's bad.
People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
I'll look into it. Tell me more.
All right, man.
Help the Rover Star nightclub. Claps his hands enthusiastically.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Oh, I need to go and start food. Whole conversation thing. What's the status of the church? I haven't gone inside the building yet.
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
So they're trapped in there.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
What about the key?
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
The speed freak dips into his belt pack and produces a yellow key. He then makes a sudden, cool-infused move, tossing it in your general direction.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of metal and plastic. The object makes a small ringing sound as it approaches. Just the tiniest chime to your left.
Catch it.
Ka-ching! The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly.
Thanks, man. Play it cool.
The speed freak nods to you. A respectful nod. You proved something here.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
How can you be sure they haven't starved to death?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
85% is not good enough when you're dealing with another person's physical well-being.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. I guess it wasn't very hardcore of us to just lock them in like that.
Me too. I shouldn't have that kind of power over another person. I'm not the one with the violence monopoly here. You are.
What?
I'm glad that key is out of my hands now.
Right, other questions.
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it.
7/8 of a life. Who exactly are these people inside the church?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You haven't even seen them, and you want the police involved.
Well, there's also the machinery.
He leans in for emphasis.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
But you haven't physically seen anyone.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something, eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
The woman. Red hair, maybe? A lorry woman?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
But not really. Brown hair. Old. Heavy, dark sides.
People know nothing.
What Noid said.
So brown and older, Ruby might have dyed her hair, though it seems like a stretch at this point.
What was that about something watching you?
Like you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost? Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
A crab man?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
I believe you mean a spider, Andre.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Are you sure there was a crab man?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
So he hasn't even been in there lately. Is he afraid?
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
Chat, I don't believe in the crab. Can you tell me more about this machinery?
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark corner. Look behind it.
Jacked up to some snuff station?
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations, where you can listen to people getting killed on, then jerk off to it. Sick shit.
Must be. Even Kuno knew that.
Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to relay stuff. We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about the machines. He'll tell you more.
How can you be sure they're burnouts and dopeheads if you haven't seen them?
Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Yeah, wow, you can't but you do. I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers.
He furrows his brow.
Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
He makes little quotation marks with his fingers when he says technology. Let's talk about something else.
Sure. What?
I know Noid has signs, but what's the deal with Egghead there?
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies.
How do you communicate with him?
Well, he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
Have you ever really talked to him?
Yeah, sometimes. When I stumble and find my way into his centre, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Just keep trying talking to him, I guess. You mentioned some kind of Ecclesiastes-owned church. Who are these Ecclesiastes?
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Now humour me, Andre. What is the founding party?
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organisation.
And?
And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, made the Innocentic system, no?
Now, Andre, in your opinion, would this ancient religious organisation who anoints the innocents want a dance club in one of their churches?
Totally.
There isn't a trace of doubt in his voice.
The Pericarnassian Church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericarnassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
He violently shakes the tape player as if to see if he can break it.
Love is hardcore.
Unity.
He's not wrong. Love is hardcore.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
He turns the volume up, then looks at you with a knowing nod, as if it's obvious you are now breaking to dance.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the bass, as if testing the waters.
I'm gonna nod my head. No words. Enjoy the beat.
Feels good.
I guess love can be pretty hardcore.
Oh yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
He nods at his friend, then turns to you with a mischievous grin. Never say an organisation would want this level of absurdity in their church.
That's pretty downbeat. I think I speak for all of us when I say we expected the law to be more open to the idea of love, unity, and the Pericarnassian posse.
I don't understand a single thing you're saying.
Yeah, I know you don't. So, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving. His expectation is fierce. You can't be scared of moving a little bit, are you? Get the grind on.
I wanted to ask you about this tent full of equipment.
Yes. What?
I see you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even is running water.
And it's distilled too.
Oh.
He doesn't know what to say.
It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
What's with all the Nosafed?
The what now?
He leans in to hear you better. Point at the bottles of nasal spray in the corner, the Nosafed Ultra. You have a lot of it lying around.
Oh, the old Ultra. I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose.
We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
You sound fine to me.
Yes. That's all Noserfed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Or mucus, one of the two.
Noserfed is the shit.
Good, now on to the next thing.
Yes. What?
Hate to tell you, but it reeks of sweat in here.
It does, doesn't it?
Told you we have a smell problem.
Picks up a piece of telephone cord and inspects it. Wait, I also smell ether. Why?
Ether? I don't smell ether. Do you, Noid?
No.
It's mixed with a peculiar chemical scent like laundry detergent.
He sniffs the air, then shrugs. A shrug is good enough for us. Why say it when you can shrug it?
Alright, enough of this.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Ooh, 8% chance. That's not going to happen. That's it for now.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas.
Oh, that's boring, cop. Dang it.
I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Look, I'm just trying to do my job. No need for extravagance.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Wait, this would be my copper type now?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
Nah, I'm sorry, cop, still.
Good. Of course. To outright declare yourself something does seem a bit too interesting now, doesn't it? I won't trouble you any further.
Okay, I have to go now, so I'm going to do all of this stuff. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly appreciate the support, as usual. I got it the right way around that time, so be proud of me, please. When did I get a fourth save? Oh, no, right. New save. I should be back tomorrow with more of the same. And then this one. Where perhaps we will enter the church. We might find Professor Donkeyman. And we may do other stuff. But there's only one way to find out, and that is to either tune into the Twitch live stream tomorrow or to watch it on YouTube afterwards. Those are your two options if you're interested. But for me, to you and your loved ones, please pet your pets. Tell them that they are good pets. And the usual. Please do stay safe. Please do stay healthy. Please do stay wholesome. I don't have time to look for a raid target right now because I'm hungry and food's going to take a while. So I will see you around. Have a good evening, afternoon, morning, whatever time of day it is in the world where you live. Much love.